That's it! Vicious bugger! Steady boy! Finish that fucking beast! Sorry, sir. No admittance. Over there!
I cannot enter.
Please, sir. Can't let you through.
Трофей дали, 10 штук съесть. Что мне кажется, легко, нет? Игровой процесс. Управление. Видео, звук. Такое чувство, что игра легкая, вроде нет. Надо это улучшить, наверное. Потом вот это могу улучшить, да? Потому что никак не могу это улучшить. Ничего не... Надо, наверное, вот это. Потому что это не улучшается. Дробовик, наверное, хороший. Патроны, наверное, редкие.
It's locked, all right.
Я с ними поговорил, тут теперь у них кровь лучше стала, если их выпить. У этого плохая кровь, то, что он пиво пьет всегда. Ему надо лекарство дать. Нашел доктора еще. Что это там? А кто второй? Не понял, а что я его не могу поставить? Это парировать вот так вот. Ну-ка, подожди-ка. А, у меня нету ничего такого. Нет, сейчас нет, Наташ. Алишка, ты что там делаешь, сладкий?
Over there!
Попробовать парировать.
Look lively! Kill you! Take its head!
Ну блин, это так, короче. Оно сильное, но... Даже не знаю, что лучше выиграть.
Stay over there! There's one of them vampires! It's onto us! No!
Даже не знаю, что лучше. Ну пусть будет что.
Over there!
MIT Morgan Bly.
Да.
There's safer places to be than here.
Алишка, ты все там? Чё? Она же сказала, кашу хочет.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
I can't stand it anymore.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Please, stop. Let me go.
It's locked.
I forgive you. The Lord is my shepherd. William, please, stop. Let me go. It's not too late. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you... like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Ai.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
No, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back. But I will tell you, she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again. From a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy,
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
It's locked, all right.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Mr. Hampton needs me right now.
Come on, you bastard! You can do better than that!
It's my turn!
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the secret of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Oh, come on, you bastard! I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
Alright, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go. But no famished hunter can run for long.
Виктор.
Потому что о нем надо узнать, потом больше дадут Ирфару, из-за этого я его не убил.
Did I black out? Whoa. I feel...
Вот, если это узнаю, то вот тут будет больше всего. Будет не 500, а 2-3 тысячи.
giddy.
Так, я не понял, это его подрезали или он подрезал, потом его? Я что-то не понял. Я просто не понял, кто кого начал ножом тыкать из них. Кровь-то все равно придется пить. Сопли, да, вытери, да. Скажи, биты, сопли, выйти.
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little...
И как всегда, он был кто? Гематолог. Он врач по крови. Как всегда, заразили вампира, кто врач по крови. Самый лучший в Англии. Алиша, сопли, вытирай быстро мне. Алиша, вытирай мне, у меня сопли, вытирай. Вытирай. Папа шутит. Папа шутит. Что, мама пиццу делала? Ты пробовал? Вкусно? Че?
Там разные.
Я видел.
Surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Надо вопросы задавать.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
Что такое медосмотр?
Do you require medical assistance, nurse?
Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine.
Загипнотизировать.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least.
Я сбросить не
Struggling
могу.
against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
Я уже ее могу загипнотизировать.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, please?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He
Доктор
should be a
Трипперс
standard
самый
for us
хороший.
all. If
Доктор
only he
Трипперс
were
говорит самый
Why
лучший.
should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He
Доктор
just doesn't
Трипперс.
know when to stop and get some rest.
Доктор Трипперс, что там? Подожди, что он? Она там про доктора Трипперса сказала. А, вот она про доктора Трипперса сказала, и у него будет теперь больше герфармга. Корн доводит себя до истощения, но отказывается прекращать работу. Ага, все понятно. Этого потом мы убьем, когда про него что-нибудь узнаем. Клей Кокс.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Подсказка нужна, тогда смогу еще вопросы задать. Ну, Дашка, ну ты чё? Эпидемия. Испанка. Наташа, испанка, это же грипп, да? Испанка, это же грипп? Да. Сейчас покажу, смотри. Там даже если, смотри. Видишь? Сейчас покажу. Вот этот, я, помнишь, в Кнайп я зашел? Вот Кнайпенбезицер. Я с ним поговорил, и все, теперь у меня больше эрфармга. Вот так надо. Если я у него выпью кровь, оно будет максимум, будет там 5000, а так всего 2000 эрфармга дают. Вот это, которая в Кнайпе убиралась. А вот этот пьяный, видишь, у него стоит переутомление. И у него эрфармга венига, потому что он бухал. Вот сверху стоит 30% кровь хуже, потому что он пьет. И тут, видишь, нарисовано средство от переутомления написано. Видишь, нарисовано сердце желтое и средство. Я это средство могу сделать, ему дать. И если его выпью, то у меня будет не вот это сразу полное станет. Понял? Я так думаю, потому что, ну, применить лекарство. Я видел, что можно лекарство делать. Но я еще не делал. Я видел трофей, там написано выпить кровь у всех, а есть трофей выпить ни у кого кровь не пить. Но написано это не по стори, что-то я не понял, как это не по стори. Короче, есть такой трофей. Пить кровь и не пить кровь, типа у людей, знаешь. Но если хочешь прокачаться, то придется у кого-то пить. Или всегда спать, вставать, файнды опять появятся, опять их убивать, что ли? Ну понял, да? Так, тут надо шмонать, ходить все. Кокс там все валяется, блядь, в кровище, блядь. И здесь бить не могу. О, ящик кто-то взял. А просто идти X нажимать и все. Потому что иногда, блядь, 3-4 раза пошел в одном месте и даже не увидел монеток. Вообще в другую сторону смотрел. А, вот все, они ушли отсюда. Так, все, ну там лестница наверх. Корабль ушел.
I cannot enter.
Вот там что-то светится, нет, или мне показалось? А, это отдает. Я еще киберпанк начал играть. Видел мой униформ 0% венега шарни? Гаэль, да, униформ у меня? Короче, я сделал, а так не дают все равно по городу ходить, представляешь? Когда идешь, всегда трусы на тебя одевают. Всегда. Не дают так по городу ходить. Пофигу, что будешь делать, короче, не дают так по городу ходить, аж вот. Короче, все равно дают трусы, прикинь. А видел первую фотку я тебе прислал? Я такой лечу, стреляю, улыбаюсь и в камеру смотрю. Видел? Это можно тоже так сделать. В этих. Ты можешь смотреть прям в камеру, короче.
Зря.
Я на тяжелую играю, я бы не сказал, что она тяжелая, нормально. Как там это, сделать больше, чтобы у меня было больше пунктов хэкни, а то у меня только 6. Я в самом начале почти все в хэкет засунул, на максимум. Я уже с самого начала могу машины тормозить. Я когда в свой дом пришел, в самом начале поднялся на лифт, я не поднялся к себе домой. Я знаешь, что сделал? Я встал возле окна и машину начал тормозить. Машина едет, полицейская, я ее резко хакан, она тормознула, и в нее авария. Прикинь, и мне за это пункты дали. Я 1 левел уже сделал. Вон, кто это там? Убить его? 10 левел у него, смотри. Попробовать, нет? 10 левел, это сильно или нет? Их двое, смотри. Ух ты. Стреляют они или нет? Они обороняются, смотри. Ух ты. Ах ты. Ох ты, смотри, что делаешь. Ай, ты не успел. Смотри, что делают, а. А, крысы, фу, Так, они же должны что-то оставить, подожди. Это нет, это он не оставил. Вот он оставил. А тот где?
I have this thirst for blood.
Подожди, а где тот что-то оставил? Того я которого убил. И когда спишь, они опять появляются, понял? Эти солдаты. И, короче, не пойду я сейчас по городу. Зачем по городу сейчас ходить? Да, все равно я буду по нему ходить по заданиям. Ух ты, блядь. Я так понял, в коробках ничего нету, да? Вот, вот, я же говорю, что-то она оставила. 1 шиллинг, блядь. Шиллинг это что? Мелочь или это деньги? Ну, это Мюнцен или это эти шайны, типа, не понял, да? Копейка это или рубль? Подожди, я неправильно иду, да, по-моему? Скажи, вот туда надо. Блин, я всегда хочу L3 нажать. Вот сюда вот. Опа, 11 левел, прикинь, у него. Вот у них дают много, по-моему, опыта, да, или нет? Давай еще вот одного закончим сейчас. Ты чё, охерел, что ли? Блади Ленч, я твой Фройд. Смотри, они сразу атакуют. Сколько дали? Что-то не понял. Чуть ничего не дали. За них еще ничего не дают, что ли? Сколько? 10 дали или сколько, я не понял. Что-то, блядь, я не увидел, сколько дали.
Eine Zeit Suizid.
Значит, этих надо людей убивать, понял? Ну ладно, хер себе, пойдем. Я хотел просто проверить, сколько пуксов дают. Вот это ничего не лежит, блядь. Хотя все равно 50 раз пройдешь и не увидишь, блядь. Туда, наверное, потом можно заходить, блядь. Вот коробки, вот сколько ломал, ничего не было еще пока. Я все равно их ломаю на всякий случай. Так, вот туда мне надо. Или? Да, вот, подожди, стой. Блять, я уже запутался, прикинь. Туда, правильно, долево сейчас. А, еще будет, вот, горожанин в опасности. Кто-то на него нападает, надо будет его спасти. Ладно, так, давай. Да, вот тут я шел, Приморска, вот, все правильно, я тут я был. Все, тут я уже драться не могу, видишь. Опа, а что такое здесь нельзя? И что, музыка? Тут проверим эту сторону. Вот, а что-то тут было, что ли? Доктор какой-то. Короче, в маске ходи, говорит, корона, говорит, везде. Снимите, говорит, корону, говорит, когда ходите по городу. Корону снимаю. Ладно, все, пойдем, короче, туда. Хер с ним, с этим местом. Вот тут только сейчас проверим. Как будто тут что-то брал, блядь, уже. Ты нужен королю, блядь. Да, конечно. Пусть сам воюет, блядь. Пусть берет ружье, блядь, и воюет, блядь. Свинцовая пластина. Часы. Вот. Часы можно ломать или продать, там говорят. Я так понял. Там типа можно продать написано. Но их можно поломать, там пружина будет, всякая херня. Вот это, по-моему, можно открыть, да? Да, точно, мусор можно открывать, мусор надо не забыть. Мусорки можно открывать. Сейчас с ней поговорю.
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
Так, сейчас. Ой. Мне надо возле тебя, там рядом есть хобоге, да, Серый? Наши все закрыли. Туда мне завтра надо сходить, бумажку взять. Нет, туда тогда приду где-то 9:30, в 10 там буду завтра. Мне бумажку надо взять. Там возле тебя Кавказер идти, там вроде где-то находится. Туда надо идти.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. The poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
Okay.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Itmas Morgan Dashan Dan Rafik Ditsan.
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University.
Yes, I remember.
I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
It is the last thing I wish.
I know I can count on you. I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to bear the burdens of this hospital.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything. And it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least. But I would give everything to be in a better place right now.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
This is no time for self-pity.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
My sweet girl. book.
I never could keep anything from her.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
This hospital seems to be falling apart. But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is, I disagreed about wood and nails, not flesh and bones.
You seem worried about the safety of your family. And it's obviously the reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army, building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Considering the state of this place, I should consider myself lucky, I guess.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Helen. As for me, what a blundering idiot.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
I will not let you down, my boy.
We may lack the resources.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Aykroyd. welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
I don't want to speak about it. There's nothing to say. Leave me be, Mother.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
Aren't you too old for such jealousy? It really won't do you any good, you know.
Don't be ridiculous, Dr. Reed. A simple glance is enough for me to know you have nothing for me to envy.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
Aren't you too old for such jealousy? It really won't do you any good, you know.
Don't be ridiculous, Dr. Reed. A simple glance is enough for me to know you have nothing for me to envy.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book. I never could keep anything from her.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical. You may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. Do you need my medical attention, dear colleague?
You don't have to worry about me, Dr. Reed. I am here to assist you, not to be a burden.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
Don't worry, sir. I'll be back in a few minutes. Call me if you need me, okay?
You're right. When dealing with such a terrible disease, one must remain humble. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try our best.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm fine, really. I just need to sleep.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire!
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul. Or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
Oh, such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
Do you require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed.
Blood is the only drug I need.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
The disgust on it.
I wonder why the Goswicks came in.
Damn. The pain. Here again.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Hawcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, If I could, I'd join our world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Disgust on every street corner.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The wet boot boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint.
We will see nach hier so fine done.
Не знаю.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Disgust on every street corner. A daily routine.
Этот вообще дает кусать бабу. Баба его, он говорит, она пьет мою кровь. Говорит. А психически больная, вон та, которая думает, что она вампир. Вот это вот. Она думает, она вампир. А у него лица нет после войны. Он дает себе ей кусать.
I have wasted too much energy for so little result.
Time has lost its effect on me, but the suffering continues.
A giant moat disguised as a hospital. That's Pembroke nowadays.
Поуберейте sind на Kuelzum, das heißt Büro.
Да я знаю, мне туда надо, Серый. Я знаю, что мне туда надо. Просто здесь он деньги потерял. Я хочу деньги найти. Этот, который оружие продает.
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked, all right. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
But you're doing something important here. For all the patients who need your help.
We save lives, sure. Each time we send a cured patient home, it's a relief beyond words. But since the epidemic, I feel so powerless.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
disgust on every street corner. A daily routine.
I cannot enter. Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Вон оно. Небо наугад. Ух ты, нихера себе. Нихера себе они прыгают, смотри. Вот так вот. Чем-то ставили. Гули не оставляют.
Magdas das mal автомас Гринсен Дейби.
Все, забил я его. Они что, здесь людей хоронят, что ли? Нет же. Может, тут чпокается, надо посмотреть. Может, кого-то чпокают тут. О, доктор кого-то чпокает. Ту вампиршу, блядь, которая думает, что она вампирша. Ну, это от них прятаться так, наверное, можно сюда, я так думаю, да, наверху. Так, подожди, отсюда же я вышел, да? Вот так вышел и пошел их долбить, да, там? Или что? Блядь, такая огромная больница, сука. Опа, что это такое? А это огонь просто горит. А это с какой стороны? А, все понял. Ты же это ломал. Да, все правильно. Теперь я понимаю, где хоть я нахожусь. Что, сюда нельзя прыгнуть? Значит, тут я шмонался, да? Да. Так, ну где этот придурочный второй? Милтон и Пипа навсегда.
So, Mr. Hook and Nurse Hawkins are an item. Those two have hidden their affections well.
Вот я и разгадал ихнюю тайну. Они чпок-чпок махают. Только про чпок-чпок говорил. Они чпокаются. Друг друга. Подожди. Так я же только... А этот где? Кто это там бурчит? В этой стороне один был, и тут и было. Отнесите бумажник владельцу. А, деньги себе не могу забрать. Куда вот это место ведет? О. Патроны 6 штук.
It's locked.
Еще и 4 картечи. Нормалды. Это задняя сторона, что ли, я не понял. Блять, я не понимаю, блять, это пиздец какой-то. Все, я понял, ёпарасоте, блядь.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
О, новый тип.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Новый врач.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Он тоже продает, блядь. Ты что
Please
ты
show me
продаешь?
what you have to sell. Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Опиум продает. Кадеин, блядь, продает. Опиум. Кадеин, подожди, кадеин. Кадеин. Загадочно. Купить этот рецепт. Давай куплю, похер. Куда ты
Good
пошел?
evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Ой, болтовня, как эта болтовня надоела, а.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
So you're ready to die?
No, I'm not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you need medical attention?
I'm feeling all right, Doctor. But perhaps it is because I, too, am used to the smell of the dead.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Надо у него все купить и схавать его потом вот этого. Он у людей деньги за койки брал. И они сейчас вот это чпокается. Он дал за койку деньги, и тут мертвый. А, ну может вот эпидемию. Блять, я не знал, что так читать много надо будет в этой игре, блядь. Что-то дохера здесь, блядь, читать надо. Тут я был, да. Я все одинаково, столько болтовни уже не знаешь, где был, где нет. Где это я бабу-то видел? Вот это вот, где это? Понятно.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Эту женщину я не видел, где она? Где это она? Она
So many
закрыта.
deaths. And what of my own life?
Кусай его.
You are going to reveal all your secrets to me.
I have wasted too much energy for so little result.
My blood and soul. They belong to you now.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
Я думал, меня кусать будут.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs.
Блин, сбрасывать нельзя
No,
эти
I am a
разговоры,
vampire,
а?
Doctor.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, it was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Так, ладно. Где? где теперь этот? Ему надо отдать эту херню.
It is the last thing our patients need.
А вон он.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet. With all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin color that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good.
Все, раскрыл все его.
Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least. But I would give everything to be in a better place right now.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
$315 хочет. Он сказал, деньги можешь, говорит, себе оставить. Николай, блядь. Я не понял, а где кошелек-то? Вот, мешочек. Говорит, деньги оставь себе, и чё, я не понял. А деньги мне дали или нет, блядь?
It's safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Do you need any medical assistance yourself, Doctor?
Come on, don't be ridiculous, dear colleague.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm fine, really. I just need to sleep.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Не понял, а где эта женщина была?
I cannot enter.
Not now.
О.
It's locked. It's locked.
Я не понял, а где вон та вот женщина? Туда нельзя, я знаю. А вот это где? Доктор Крейн. Вот это кто? Вот это кто такой? Я же с ним не разговаривал. Они на улице, что ли? Вон.
I cannot enter.
Дверь заперта.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick.
Could
you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your
открыли же
talents as a
дверь.
physician.
Открылась дверь.
Так,
Написано закрыто.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to
Я
say.
лікую зі снег.
Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes. Thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Еще двое, вот осталось. Трое.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
Бабки тоже брала.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
I have other concerns right now, Doctor. But I'm fine, thank you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here, then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'll let you get some rest, then.
I'm all right.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
I'm all right.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
I will see you later. I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I'm all right.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
So many deaths. And still more coming. How can we be sure we're making a difference?
My sweet girl.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. Do you need my assistance?
Not at all. I'm sure that you are used to gaining people's trust with your impressive skills. Well, it will not be the case with me.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
I'm so tired. Let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Thank you, Nurse Crane. Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Considering the state of this place, I should consider myself lucky, I guess.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Helen.
I'm so tired.
As for me,
Will this shift never end?
It's locked.
Please come back later.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Da. Mag das mal автомаз Grimsen Geibe. Kamst speta hin. Dak. Zjaiku Aizesnek. Анут.
The flower's dying. It needs water. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Сепсис, анемия, переутомление, простуда, бронхит, пневмония. Это вот эти болезни, что людям давать надо. Ну, думаю, может их лучше разобрать. Тому пацану, который мать богатая внизу, надо дать какую-то херню такую. И он вылечится. Вот этому. Средства от переутомления. Вот это ему надо дать. Хинин. У меня хинина нету. Только начало игры из-за этого надо. Воду надо.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
А как я туда воду дам? Надо поспать, наверное, да? Дробовик. Так, у меня есть 1200. Что такое? Выносливость, здоровье. Лучше выносливость. Это крови. Тоже кровь нужна. Блять, кровь тоже нужна. Невидимым стать. Да хер с ним, пока это куплю. Что это такое?
The flower's dying. It needs water. William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Ляжь в кровать, прикинь, он мне говорит. И поспи. Ляжь, говорит, в кровать и поспи, прикинь, он мне говорит. Пиздец, блядь. Пойду кого-нибудь убью, блядь, потом лягу. Нахер ложиться, только лягу. Хоть чуть-чуть опыта наберу, блядь. Куда пойти? Туда? Пойдем туда. Ляжь, говорит, поспи, блядь. Только поспал, блядь. Так, что карту включу. Так, я иду сюда. Нет, сюда не хочу. Порт. Может, в другую сторону. До этого сюда ходил. Здесь враги были. О.
I cannot enter.
Ай, заперто.
Doesn't like fire, does it? Don't like burn.
О, хоть деньги нашел. Блядь, где враги? Я хочу много врагов. Хочу много. Хочу. Нет врагов, что ли?
Въел фраз.
Хорошо, хоть не падает. Так, 250, да, ЕП, Эрфарм, да. А сколько? Может быть, это пилу взять лучше.
Дай next of Gabiaistin, дай паселози да уартет бас.
Так, а как это поменять? Подожди. А, вот так вот. Пилой, пилой, пилой.
It's locked, all right.
телепортируется туда. Это задание будет. Блять, обычно в таких играх, блять, враги на каждом углу, блять.
Despicable.
Что за звук такой? У-у-у.
Nicht Sacksack-Resien.
Ну, в натуре обычно в таких играх куча врагов, а тут смотри. Или может быть это так, но все равно могли бы поставить врагов. Че, драться хочу, у меня врагов нет. А там тупик. Зачем эти доски ломаются, если с них ничего не выпадает? Ну, глупость же полная. Ну зачем? Чтоб естественнее игра была, типа что, ну как бы, создать такую херню. Что как бы все реально, знаешь. Что типа видишь, тут ломаются вещи. Но если с этих вещей ничего не падает, ну хотя бы иногда бы, знаешь. Хотя бы Ганзельтен. Ну для чего? Врагов тут нету, да? Смотри, врагов тут нету. Я все равно надеюсь, что что-то может будет в них лежать. У меня, кстати, крови нет, мне кровь нужна. О! Ух ты, я его даже не увидел. Ой, он меня схватил, ты видел? А, я не успел. О. Блять, опять я затупил. Ай, блядь, да уворачивайся. Вот, сука, мог же его убить, блядь. Нет, хуйней какой-то страдает. Он левел 11 из-за этого. Хорошо успел жизни нажать. Давай, у меня нет уже этих. Ну все, можно его убивать. Я просто хотел, чтобы у меня и жизнь была, и кровь была полная, знаешь, и тогда его убить. Вот так я хотел сделать. И жизнь, чтобы и кровь у меня была. А не так, что у меня и крови не было, и жизни не было. Куда я вообще пришел? Ну, походим чуть-чуть, поубиваем. Он 11-й, кстати, был. ЕП вообще не дали. Что, за них ЕП не дают? Клей написано. Чё, новое расследование? Какое расследование, блин?
A name engraved on the metal. Clay. What kind of man puts his name on a knife?
Написано новое расследование. Видать, меня по игре должны были постепенно. Опа, это что такое? Ну ладно. Где этот нож, который я нашел? Большой нож. Клей. А, ну это значит потом, видать, к какому-то заданию, да? Я не понял, что в натуре за них ЕП не дают, что ли? За врагов не дают ирфарм с пункта. А зачем тогда эти русские? Чтоб с них одну монету взять, 1 шиллинг или что? Сейчас 255. Ты чё там размахался? Ты чё? Охуел, что ли? Ох, ты попал. А, у меня полная, надо было уебать. мышь.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood.
Blood is cool. Подожди, а это что оставил? Это ничего не оставил, что ли? Спиной, блядь. Точно врач, блядь.
This is despicable.
Das is beautiful day. Beautiful day. О, 2 шиллинга. О, 10 ЕП только дали за них, представляешь? А за тех дают по 1000, если тех людей схавают.
It's locked, all right.
Я чувствую, сейчас там как зайду и потом не выберусь, блядь, оттуда. Сейчас. Ты же понял, почему я не делал квест? Ты чё, я ж тебе сказал. Мне опять говорят, иди опять спи. Я только что поспал. Я думаю, пойду хоть кого-нибудь убью. Тут стучал.
I cannot enter.
Блять, я вообще в другое место пришел. Блять, я был уверен, что я правильно иду. А, фу ты, вот это что за звук. Вот так правильно? Нет.
It's locked.
Я с той стороны, вон туда, вот сюда я приплыл. Зачем они двери эти закрывают? Я же могу обойти. Никого нету.
Это готов.
А это где я этих убил, да? Поспите, блядь. Сам поспи, блядь.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete. I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood? The flower's dying. It needs water.
Никаких писем новых нет.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Пошел ты нахуй.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital.
Ты слышал, как морг называют они? Мог. Видать, с
You'll need to
ихнего
go in the
языка
back door
взяли
because it's been
русский это
sealed off
слово.
for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Exactly how bad is the supply situation here at Pembroke?
It really depends. Dr. Swansea deftly works his society contacts for monies, but with the quarantine, well, we're in God's hands.
Why then do you always work the nights? Don't you
Почему
ever
бы вам не
sleep?
отдохнуть, не
At the
раздеться и
Pembroke,
прилечь
we're
в мою
always hands
коечку?
on deck.
Lack of sleep and the medical profession always ends in disaster. I've witnessed many a colleague succumb to stimulants to fight exhaustion. Drugs were as deadly as bullets in the trenches.
London's trenches start here at Pembroke Hospital. We are on the front line, make no mistake.
Your dedication to the Pembroke does you credit, Nurse Crane, but when do you sleep?
We staff get our sleep when we can, Doctor. Nursing is a vocation, not the labor of a journeyman.
Please, could you point me in the direction of the morgue again?
It's the large boarded-up building behind the hospital. You can't miss it. The key I gave you will open the small back door to it.
That's all for now, Nurse Crane. Thank you. It's locked, all right.
Там кто-то лазит. Кстати, можно было на самую сильную поставить. Я на тяжелую поставил. Можно было на самую сильную поставить. Да, кто-то там лазит. Но сердца не видно. Вон там кто-то. Там кто-то рычит. А, на улице выкидывает. Я же не отсюда зашел, я же через другие двери зашел. Блять, я не пойму вообще нихуя, блять. Вообще нихуя не пойму. Это в больницу. Это сюда. Те же другие двери были, я же обошел, да? А, все, правильно. Почему он меня тут не пустил? А, я обошел и теперь изнутри открыл, и теперь она открыта, что ли? А почему там так не сработало? На ампир.
Я.
Уж я аж до этого вон оттуда вышел, сюда ломанулся, она мне говорит, закрыто.
I cannot enter.
Да Или это просто специально такие звуки делают, а никого здесь нету. Хотя я здесь могу махать. Значит, что-то может быть. Так бы не дали мне тут драться. И что, я тут только 5 шиллингов нашел? За что, ради 5 шиллингов, что ли, здесь? Вот это все место ради 5 шиллингов? Ради вот тут что, 5 шиллингов лежало или что, я не понял. Двери скрипят. Какие двери вот здесь могут скрипеть, я не пойму.
Урбанайст дошла сал.
Тут надо ключ найти, тут же написано, найдите ключ от морга. Это, не это еще, я шмонаю-то все хожу. Вон на карте же как написано, куда идти. Если крутится, значит это сверху или снизу. Задание в последнюю очередь делать надо. Вот отсюда я зашел. Все время X нажимаю, блядь. Уже здесь может хоть где лежать, блядь. Сука, здесь все одинаковое, блядь. Так, там был. Пошли сюда. Мы как раз наверх. Тут 5 шиллингов лежало, ебаные. А, я на тяжелую играю. Из-за этого вещей мало. Все, я понял. Если бы я на нормал играл, вещей было бы больше. Правильно? Правильно. Ты что, охерел, что ли? Ты че, охуел, что ли? Смотри, что, она охуевшая рожа. Ты че, охуел, что ли?
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
И че, он умер и ничего не оставил, что ли? О, вот этот что-то оставил. Портсигар, блядь. Портсигар, блядь. О, еще и 2 картечи. Какие двери хлопают, блядь? Зачем они звук дверей сделали здесь? Какие здесь двери? Вот здесь хлопают двери. Какие? Дверь никакая не открывалась. Зачем хлопают дверь?
It's locked, all right.
Туда и надо, наверное, да? Да, туда и надо. Постоянно хлопают двери. Какие двери хлопают, блядь? Какие? Вот опять сейчас дверь хлопает.
This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Постоянно хлопают двери. Какие двери хлопают, блядь? Ладно, что-то двигается, знаешь, там какую-нибудь железку двинули. Там или что-нибудь еще, знаешь. Там что-то скрипит. Ну какие двери постоянно открываются? Ты чё, блядь, земля? Ты чё, блядь, чепуха, блядь?
I cannot enter.
Дверь заперта. А что у нас на карте? А, тут нету.
It's locked.
Свет странта и нантазье шоумс.
Какой рун-то? Я еще ничего не нашел здесь. Рун-то, блядь. Вот еще, а ты говоришь рун-то.
Balls of Mars, fortifiers.
All the Oban.
As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Ец Обан. Ода Унтен. А может здесь? Ну, или может здесь. Я здесь еще не собрал Хауптаufgabe. А ты говоришь вверх. Снизу я пришел. Ух ты! Что это было? Вот ключ открылась, видишь? Значит наверх. Если внизу Хаупстори, значит нам наверх. Блять, или это я так сделал, вот так вот. И сам себя испугался. Может быть, это я так нажал, вот так.
You
И сам обосрался тебе. Сам нажал и сам обосрался. Вот опять там что-то происходит. Идите сюда, сука, я пилой его заебеню нахуй. Гипохлорид надо найти. Сука, в подвал страшно идти. Вон он, сука, чепуха, блядь.
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. I'm not after blood.
Смотри, удар не проходит по нему, видел? когда удар идет, если он летит, ему похуй. Вот такой вот так вот бьешь, а если он летит, это похеру, это не работает, он все равно тебя схватит. А удар должен дойти до конца, ты не можешь увернуться. Вот сейчас смотри, я бью и нажимаю. Стой, еще раз сейчас. Ну-ка так. Не, вот. Не успеваешь одним пальцем. Нет, все равно удар не это. Он сбивает твой удар и прыгает на тебя все равно. Че, кто-то идет? Блять, обосрался я, сука. Вот, видишь, опять удар шел. Видишь, опять удар шел. Сейчас телек выключится. Двадцать ЕП за него дали. 20 только. Прикинь. А он не простой, он такой как бы, ну, средненький. Ну, не средненький, но такой. Из простых он сложный. Давай, да, опфа. Я сейчас Давай, опфа. Я сейчас босса убью и тоже пойду шлафу. Ой, идет. Угу. Нихера себе. Что-нибудь упало хорошо? Ага, блядь, упало, блядь. Сука. Зато все сделали, чтобы все ломать можно было, блядь, это пиздец. Там она. 33. Дома нет никого, хули ты ломишься, долбоёб. Ты чё, сука? Самый умный, блядь? Пять ЕП дают, охерели, блядь, вообще охерели. Что это такое? Нихуя себе, так свет, как будто, блядь, там что-то горит, блядь. Нихуя себе. Думал, пожар, блядь. Просто такие места обычно выверх просто так не делают. Чё, блядь, ради ничего, что ли? Вот, расследование. Откройте меню расследования, нажал. Что за расследование?
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this. It's locked. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, Possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked. It's locked, all right. These scowls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting. Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Блин, может надо было того черного убить, или это один и тот же был? Че, переутомление? Ну, хоть так. Не было там быть.
And lost at the same time.
It's locked, all right.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful. Tomorrow, more bodies will arrive and then sadly depart. I'm managing a trade.
As for me, what a blundering idiot. I will not let you down, my boy.
But the suffering continues.
I cannot enter.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. I feel better already. Can I go soon?
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks, and I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest, and then I can go back to the people who need me.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later. Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Only the strongest survive, then? Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. But as long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
How How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
The police may be slow, but they will find you eventually.
Well, how come you didn't turn me in then? Nah, Doc. I figure you have something to hide so you can't ask the coppers for help.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
I will see you later. I have found the gift from your wife.
In that case, you'll be properly rewarded, Doc. Clay Cox is a man of his word.
I hope that won't make me an accomplice to your future crimes.
Who knows what I might do now I feel invincible again.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Patients are not
Stop
by this
following.
horrifying epidemic.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
Perhaps you did it with the best intentions, Nurse Brannigan, but you took a great risk. Must I remind you that a man died?
You mean you've never made a mistake? Never covered your tracks? Come on, Doctor. I wasn't born yesterday.
Do you require medical assistance, Nurse?
Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
We have no effective treatment for this influenza. We are horrific like.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Do you need any medical assistance yourself, Doctor?
Come on, don't be ridiculous, dear colleague.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tippett, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. Question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see the city is crumbling down? Today people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow we may be fighting for food.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least. But I would give everything to be in a better place right now.
Goodbye, Milton.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
If you are going to lead this surgery, I'm trusting you to assume the consequences of your actions, whatever the result.
I'm not the kind of man who runs away from his responsibilities, Dr. Reed. There is no need for you to be looking over my shoulder.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later. Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Good evening, sir. You always knew the words to calm the...
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Don't waste your time with me.
Dr. Reed, may I help you?
For how long have you been working here, Nurse Crane?
I first volunteered at the Pembroke in 1911, a few months after Dr. Swansea was appointed.
And before you arrived here?
If you must know, this was my first job.
Well, Dr. Swansea certainly has confidence in your abilities. Are you in charge of the nursing staff?
Not in an official capacity, but the Pembroke doesn't always work above board, so to speak.
What about medical protocols?
Dr. Reed, we don't have the money and resources here at the Pembroke like they do in the West End. We do what we can.
How is the duty roster organized?
Everybody works until they can't. If there's time, they'll eat a meal and shed a silent tear.
What can you tell me about the epidemic, Nurse Crane? I've been out of touch since I've come back to England.
Everyday folk don't know how bad it is. The papers certainly won't tell them. Not as long as the war is raging on, anyway.
News on the front stated that the Spanish flu was under control, at least in Britain.
It seemed to be for a while, but that was only last summer. It returned with a vengeance just over a month ago.
What can you tell me about our patients here at Pembroke?
This hospital was founded to help the East End poor and needy. But since the war and the quarantine, we've had all manner of folk.
Can you be more specific?
Well, veterans, the elderly, dock workers. We even have a few mental patients. If there's space, we take them.
I'll see you later, Nurse Crane.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
But the suffering continued.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must... be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea. But my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
There is an absurd poetry to my situation. Physician, heal thyself.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
I'm not some doe-eyed student, Edgar. I understand we both have something to gain from this relationship.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service, Doctor.
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to...